All right, I call this Bryan Independent School District meeting to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The time is 6 o'clock. I wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone present. I ask that you please turn off the sound on all electronic devices and stand for the pledges. Pledges will be recited by Houston Elementary, the American flag, and we have Principal Mandy Wells with us, and the Texas flag, Henderson Elementary, Principal Daniela Garcia Ramirez.
Okay, I'm Mandy Wells. I'm the principal at Houston Elementary, and I'm going to go ahead. We have Ms. Serrano's class here this evening, so I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Okay, solid. Barron. Wesley.
Hadley Riley.
Emily Collins. Carter Walker. McKinley Waller.
Chase Fortin.
Ashlyn Foreman.
Madeline McCurry.
Lance Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Garza Ramirez. I'm the principal at Henderson, and this night we have Henderson K-Kids. They love to do community service around the school and the community, and I have students from kinder all the way to 4th grade. And if you guys can tell me your name.
Miley.
My name is Ro.
My name is Jocelyn. My name is Kayla. Ariana. My name is Evangeline. My name is Temper. My name is Madeline. My name is Lise.
My name is Tracy.
My name is Remy. My name is Sophia. Honor the Texas flag. I unite allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, indivisible.
Thank y'all. Good job.
We did ask them to stick around just a minute. We've ordered ribbons. They're not in yet. I know, they're on their way. But instead, we did go ahead and get them pins. So would you flash them your pins? I know, so they got pins. They got the upgrade. And because this is such a special group, and because we do have a couple of birthdays today, we thought it would be appropriate to sing happy birthday to Mr. Gonzalez and Dr. Harlan. I think you got a birthday as well. Is that correct?
Coming up.
Couple weeks. Okay. Can y'all help me sing happy birthday to them? Y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mr. Gonzalez and Dr. Harlan. Happy birthday to you. All right. Thank y'all. Parents, thank y'all for bringing them up. Guys, thank y'all for being here today, and put the pins on your lanyards. We appreciate you very much. Thank y'all.
You bet. Thank you. Okay, our next item is Elementary Teacher of the Month. We have our teacher is Becca Serrano, and the campus is Houston Elementary, and she will be introduced by Principal Mandy Wells. And I believe we have representing Truist Bank, who kind of sweetens the pot for us. We've got Tim Pavlis representing Truist. Thank you, Tim, for being here.
Good evening. It is a true privilege to honor an outstanding educator and an extraordinary individual tonight, Becca Serrano. Becca's impact on our school community far exceeds the expectations of her role as a 3rd grade math and science teacher. She represents the very essence of what we value in education: dedication, compassion, and unwavering commitment to excellence. This year, Becca took on the challenge of transitioning from second grade to third grade, and she has done so with incredible grace and determination. It takes courage and a deep love for teaching to step into a new grade level and embrace the unknown. But Becca has not only risen to the occasion, she has soared. Her passion for ensuring her students succeed is evident in every lesson she teaches and in the way she encourages and celebrates her students' growth. I've had the privilege of working with Becca in several different capacities over the years, and one thing has always been clear. She is a master at building relationships. Whether it's her students, her colleagues, or the families she partners with, Becca has an extraordinary ability to make people feel seen, heard, and valued. This is the heart of her success, not just as a teacher, but as a mentor and a colleague and a friend. Becca's classroom is a place where students feel safe and empowered to reach their fullest potential. She creates an environment where her students know they are cared for and supported, not just academically, but as individuals. Her compassion and tireless dedication extend far beyond the walls of her classroom. She is always ready to lend a helping hand, attend a student's game, listen with empathy, and give of herself to help others succeed. Becca Serrano is the kind of teacher every school dreams of having. She sees the unique potential in every child, nurtures it with care, and celebrates her victories as though they were her own. She is a reminder to all of us of the power of kindness, determination, and unwavering belief in the ability of every student to succeed. Please join me in recognizing and honoring Becca Serrano as our Teacher of the Month. Your heart for teaching and your dedication to our students is inspiring.
Congratulations again, and our next honoree is from Henderson Elementary, and the teacher is Vanessa Godinez. I hope I got that right, and she will be introduced by Ms. Garcia Ramirez.
Good evening. It is definitely my honor to celebrate Ms. Vanessa Godinez as Henderson's Teacher of the Month with you today. Ms. Godinez is a fourth grade dual language teacher, and even though this is only her second year in the classroom, you cannot even tell when you walk into the classroom. She faces the challenges of switching languages every other week, and she has done a great job. And the best part is that her students are always so eager to be in the classroom, whether it is on their first language or second language. When you go in there, it's always a loving place, and it's a lot of fun in there. She is so much fun that she has made a lot of friends around the building, not only with fourth graders, especially with pre-K. Some pre-K students have asked me for her to be their teacher next year, but I already told them no, they had to wait until they go to fourth grade. But everyone loves her, and I also love and appreciate about her how reflective she is, and she is able to adjust instruction of the students to meet their needs at all times. And most of all is that she's always willing to help everyone. And I also appreciate that she has helped Henderson with her social media presence, and she has done a great, great job. And there's a lot of things that I can keep going on, but she's truly deserving of this honor today. So thank you, Ms. Godinez, for showing kindness and work ethic every day with your students.
Yeah, skip that one and just go straight to auxiliary.
Congratulations again. Our secondary teacher of the month, I think, will be recognized next month. So I believe that's what my agenda says. And then but we do have auxiliary employee of the month. And the employee, this is from maintenance and operations, and the employee is Ivan Edgerson. Yay. And campus is Halliburton.
Good evening. I am pleased to announce that Ivan Edgerson has been selected as our Employee of the Month for the Maintenance Department at Bryan ISD. He is recognized for his outstanding dedication, hard work, and exemplary performance in his role. Ivan consistently goes above and beyond his duties, demonstrating a strong commitment to ensuring the well-being of our schools. His attention to detail, proactive approach, and positive attitude have made a significant impact on our district. In addition to his daily contributions, Ivan recently achieved a remarkable milestone during the pest control audit, earning a perfect score with 0 findings. This accomplishment is a testament to his thoroughness and commitment to maintaining a clean and safe environment for our students, staff, and visitors. His efforts in this area have helped our district uphold the highest standards of cleanliness and safety, which are essential for creating a conducive learning environment. We are incredibly fortunate to have Ivan on our team in the maintenance department, and we look forward to his continued excellence and contributions to our district's success.
Yay.
Ivan has been with the district over 15 years, and his wife is 2.
Congratulations. Well, in our continuing effort to recognize excellence, we have started something new, and it's called Spotlight on Family Engagement. And we're going to have several people recognized tonight. Presenter Fan and Principal Linda Taplett and Executive Director of School Leadership Linda Montoya, and anybody else who wants to join in. You're going to jump in. Okay, all right.
Almost
Kind of
tripped,
thought
but
you
I'm
might.
coming up.
That did not go unnoticed.
Yeah, I thought it did.
It doesn't count. If you call yourself out, it doesn't count.
It's recorded. Yeah, it's pretty good. It was a good save. Yeah, no, it was real athletic. It was an athletic trip. You want me to go first? Well, I'm very excited to come up. I think we've got, here we go. If you'll direct your attention to the screen, you're going to see why we had this incredible family, friends come on up. And we had a parade, I guess, back in September, the Fiestas de Patrias parade. And it was just overwhelming. I mean, the moment I saw it, I was just taken aback from just the level of detail, the time, the energy, the effort that they put into it. It was truly overwhelming. And it's such a great representation for not only Fannin, but for Bryan ISD, to be completely honest. I don't know how long it took. It would have taken me years to create what you did. And just the detail. Everywhere you went, when you walked around the float, you just saw care and attention and love for not only their school, but this community. And if you were out there that day, there were hundreds of people. It was just loaded up, and it was hot. It was very hot. And we marched down, and it was just such a sense of pride. Being in Bryan, we not only had so many from just within Bryan ISD, we also had some from College Station, and then we had some from other communities. We had some from Calvert, and it was just amazing to watch them come celebrate with us, and they didn't have it in their community, and so it was an opportunity for us just to join together as the Brazos Valley. And y'all won. It was hands down the most beautiful float I've ever seen in a parade. The level of detail, they had, someone up top, it was 2-story. It was crazy. That's not a statue. That's a person in gold. It was crazy. Everywhere you just kept looking, my mouth just kept dropping open because it was just so overwhelming, the beautiful work that you did. So thank you. You represented Fannin beautifully well. You represented Bryan ISD, and we're just incredibly proud and thankful that you're in our district. So thank you. Yeah.
So I'll just read a statement from the committee here about what Bryan ISD means to them. And Bryan, I guess you could have read it because it's almost exactly what's said here. But it says, Bryan ISD represent community, creativity, and the opportunity to come together for something bigger than ourselves. As families of Fannin Elementary, we are incredibly proud to be a part of this district and especially proud of the dedication and love that our school inspires in us. Creating this Fiestas Patris float was a labor of love, one that took a full month of late nights, early mornings, and countless hours of teamwork. We worked together until 2 a.m. and sometimes as late as 4 a.m. while balancing work, school, and family to make something beautiful that represents our school and culture. This event was not just about building a float. It was about building memories and fostering connections that show our kids what it means to take pride in their heritage and their school. Bryan ISD gives us the platform to celebrate traditions like Fiestas Patris and to show how much we love and support Fannin Elementary. Fannin is more than just a school to us, it's a family. Through this experience, we saw how strong Fannin families really are. Parents, children, friends, and neighbors all coming together to bring our vision to life. Winning first place for our float was an incredible honor, but the true reward is the pride and unity we built along the way. Thank you, Bryan ISD, for providing a district where creativity, community, and culture can thrive.
All right, I have the privilege of providing the certificates. So the first one goes to Patricia Morales. Thank you. Elizabeth Lara. Jesus Mendoza. Johnny Gonzalez. Vanessa Morales. Chuy Gomez. Iris Ortega. Isis Ortega. And Maria Lopez. And thank you to you all for partnering with your school, with our district. It takes a team, and we so appreciate your involvement with our schools and our community.
Thank you.
I think this is probably long overdue, and it's in recognition of how incredibly important folks like you are to the success of our schools. We can't do it alone. We got to have a lot of help, and thank you so much. And we're still not through with appreciations and thanks, and we are now going to recognize Mr. George McMahon McMahon of Infrastructure Equipment Group for a donation to the district. And he will be introduced by Director of CTE, David Reynolds.
All right. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you all for having us. I'm very pleased tonight to introduce you to Miss Sarah McMahon and her son Matthew are here tonight, and they are the proud owners of Infrastructure Equipment Group, which is a returning company to the Bryan area, and they have recently purchased land next to off of Highway 6, next to Axis Pipe, which is actually right next to the CTEC Center. And like everybody else in this community, they need skilled labor. And so I told them they came to the right place, and they are willing to put their money where their mouth is, and they want to invest in Bryan ISD for the future of CTE, providing skilled workforce for this area. So I'm proud to present them with they donated $50,000 to the CTE programs. And so tonight I'm gonna award them with this $50,000 plaque that we bought. Would y'all like that?
Thank you, and thank you for giving us the opportunity. We look forward to being back in the community. Matthew starts at A&M in January at the business school, and his goal is to learn the company and be part of the community and help grow an educated workforce and come in, and hopefully not just for us, but for everybody, so we appreciate it.
Tell them what y'all do.
So we sell, rent, and lease the construction equipment to build power lines. So bucket trucks, digger derricks. We had a company here before, Utility Fleet Sales, and we sold that company about 10 years ago. And so we're looking to do it again. Yeah. Kids said they wanted a family business again, so we said, okay. So we're back here. We've got a great group that was with us before, and we're very fortunate. Everybody believed in us and came back, so. I think we're at about 150 employees last time between here and Fort Worth, so looking to do it again.
Welcome back.
Thank
Welcome
you.
home.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So much.
Thank you.
Our next item is Superintendent update. Ms. Carabine.
Thank you, Mr. Stasny. Mr. Falls is pulling up the slide deck as we speak. What a great night for Bryan ISD. As you can see, the boardroom was full. It's always a good day when you can celebrate students and staff and now our community, parents in particular. So I'm going to just start with a couple of recent celebrations. It's hard to believe that this semester is coming to a close in a few short days, and we feel very fortunate for all that we can celebrate tonight. On the first slide, you can see that we are spotlighting some of our fine arts students. We have been, Clay, I think you're on the wrong slide. There we go. Sorry. Lots of performances. Many of you at the dais have joined our staff to attend Feast of Carols, orchestra concerts, etc. There's so many wonderful students performing and representing our district so well. We also have on the first slide there the first rating. We talked about that in the last board meeting, but it's just a honor that for 20 consecutive years we have received the highest rating possible for our finances. Thank you to Kevin Beesall and to everyone else for making that possible. Also celebrating, you can notice that there are basketball players. We had the good fortune at Rudder High School for the girls and boys team, as well as the girls team from Bryan High School, to play a team from Australia. So not only did they get to compete against the team from Australia, they had dinner with them and interacted with them and learned about their country. So it was a great cultural experience for our Bryan ISD students. And then our family engagement at the elementaries in particular have been bar none, with all of the breakfast with Santa, the day events, the night events, etc. It has been a record turnout. Moving on, we joke about this all the time, but it was the Bryan ISD parade at the recent KBTX Food for Families food drive. The KBTX anchors love it when Bryan ISD shows up in the dark to kick off the entire event. And in the picture, you can see we had every age from pre-K to high school out there representing our district so well, bringing in 3.5 tons of food that will go right back to the families served so well by the Brazos Valley Food Bank. We are not just talking the talk in Bryan ISD. Our students are literally walking the walk. Speaking of giving and serving others, just 2 weekends ago, Bryan ISD partnered with the Give Joy Foundation, and we had the good fortune of shopping for, wrapping, and delivering gifts to over 300 students in Bryan ISD. So this photo represents just a sampling of the number of Bryan ISD staff members and students who showed up in full force, again, to spend the entire day shopping for our students and wrapping the gifts and visiting the homes and delivering the gifts. Each student, all 311 students, were afforded $100 in gifts. So you can imagine how many gifts were purchased that day and what a great experience it was for our students to be involved so closely. Moving on, I do believe we have another showstopper event that has now reoccurred in Bryan ISD. You're looking at the Bryan High School Orchestra. Their electric light orchestra is incredible. If you have not had the chance to take advantage of this event, mark your calendars for next year. We also want to give a big shout out for the Bryan ISD Education Foundation for graciously funding a grant that afforded them to buy an electric cello. So the band and the orchestra combined for incredible entertainment over a couple of days in the district.
And an electric piano, I think.
And an electric piano. So all things electric, and the light show is something else. So again, it is a showstopper. We will advertise it next year so that people can make sure and attend. The Rudder High School Rangerettes had their annual holiday season where they have a holiday market and extravaganza. And the thing that I thought was most exciting is they entertained over 100 tiny dancers, future Rangerettes. Some of them came in their Cheyennes t-shirts because they're making the circuit and attending both. They learned all about performance, and they partnered with the Rangerettes, and they put on quite the show for us. So it's community and family engagement on steroids, because the entire hallway of Rudder High School is filled with vendors and local community members giving back and serving and supporting our fine arts program at Rudder High School. Moving on, it's my opinion, but I do believe that Bryan ISD was the highlight of this year's Downtown Bryan Lighted Christmas Parade. With over 17 different organizations participating, I believe that our floats, our bands, our cheerleaders, drill teams, and so much more, and many of our board members were able to participate and show and tell our community all the amazing things happening at the downtown parade. It was quite the fun. And last but certainly not least, we are so proud of our marketing team for having the great idea to showcase some of our alumni students in the recent publication of the Maroon Life. You have a photo here. We have representation from, these are all Bryan High School graduates, starting and now declaring for the draft. We'll probably go first round. Nick Skirton, we have Rylan Hill playing baseball. We have a former valedictorian, and many, many others representing us as they suit up and dress out in maroon. Again, representing us and still serving as ambassadors of sorts as they go off to these universities and do amazing things. So we're so proud of this publication because we know many people saw it. This was the big Aggie, Texas Longhorn reunion of sorts, so the reach was far and wide. So we're very proud of our students as they continue to represent us so well. Thank you, Mr.
I wouldn't call it a reunion.
Yes, we won't talk about the outcome, but shining a light on our kids was amazing, and we're extremely proud.
I don't know how this worked, but I really want to give a great shout out to whoever went up or down the chain of command to get this in this magazine, because I'm sure communications department probably.
Dr. Hugo Ibarra, it was his
Yes.
brainchild working with Callie to create the graphics.
This is a huge deal, so thank you so much for all the hard work you and your whoever, all of your elves did to get all this done. Thank you so much.
Yes, it was a great idea. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sazine.
Thank you, Ms. Carabine. We have now a series of information items, and the first one is Human Resources Update on the holistic review of pay systems, and Tommy Roberts, I believe, is going to present.
Good evening. Yep, just here tonight to give a brief, very brief update that we are in the middle of our holistic review of pay systems in Bryan ISD. Let's get our clicker going here. So just as a reminder, we're approaching this from a multi-phased kind of viewpoint. The pay equity review was completed last year. We're currently engaged in the pay system holistic review. That is ongoing right now. And then moving forward, the pay maintenance review, looking at pay structures and making sure those are in alignment with what we desire those to be. We had an October kickoff meeting in early October before I took on this job, so the team has caught me up to speed. When I took over and you guys hired me to go to HR, that's when the quantitative data collection, we were kind of in the middle of that. So we were in the middle of sending lots of information to TASB for them to review. The qualitative data collection was also sent out to Bryan ISD administrators. TASB did give us some good feedback there. The survey was sent out to hiring positions, so principals, directors, those kinds of folks. In November, we had a really strong participation rate. So lots of our employees were able to give us good feedback. Of course, respondents felt like pay was low, but TASB did give us a shout out that our employees did have lots of good things to say about our district and the supports and things that we do have in place. So that was encouraging. So our next steps, so right now we're kind of entering into the market analysis phase. TASB is working on that data piece as we speak. When we come back in January, TASB will move towards building some models for us to take a look at to culminate with a draft report in February. They'll prepare their initial findings and recommendations, create a report to bring to the administration, and then later in the spring semester, we'll finalize some recommendations to bring to the board for you guys to review and consider. Okay, so more to come in the spring.
I'm sure there's a simple answer to this, but on that, it says match common jobs. What exactly does that mean on the December 2024 square? It says match common jobs.
So market analysis, so when we're looking at outside entities of other school districts as well as ours, making sure that we're comparing apples to apples, basically.
That's kind of what I thought.
So when we're doing comparisons, we're comparing like with like.
Okay.
And then the legislature and everything that's involved in that is going to be part of the end result?
Yes, ma'am. Hopefully the legislature comes through for us, but yes, ma'am.
It would be fantastic if they gave us adequate funding sources to dedicate to compensation to respond to what we suspect will be in the report.
Yeah.
So, yeah, fingers crossed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Executive Director of Special Programs, Dr. Jennifer Warren, regarding special education update on therapeutic services.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So tonight I will be providing you an update on the therapeutic services that the board approved this last spring. This initiative is designed to serve our students with significant behavioral or emotional needs, and that therapeutic services provided through specialized resources. And tonight I'm going to review the implementation and the beginning of that now that we've implemented that this fall. I'm going to give you a short overview, especially for our new members that may not know a whole lot about the program, and then share some of our remarkable outcomes that we have already experienced. So very excited to share that with you today. So to start where we began back in January, we began the implementation process early in 2024 with a focus on identifying the specific needs of our students that we were experiencing at many of our campuses. And we wanted to evaluate potential solutions. So between January and February, we conducted a needs analysis of the student needs that were on each campus, our staff resources that were provided to our students, and then also outside resources from outside the district. We also performed cost analysis after looking at some of the vendors that we could partner with. And in March and April, we visited one program that we researched and started directing our attention to, which was Sierra School. And we visited in the North Dallas area a Sierra School that had already been implemented and was well on its way to serving students, so that we could have a hands-on experience with them and know exactly what we were contracting with if we chose to move forward. By May, the board, we are so grateful for you. You approved the authorization of the contracted services not to exceed $900,000 for the 24-25 school year. While this service does have a big price tag on it, We were able to identify over $580,000 worth of salaries that would then be reduced so that we could offset the cost of the $900,000. So as much as you approved the $900,000, we were able to offset some of those costs. And the positions we were able to reduce were vacant, so we were not needing to reallocate employees or move them from a dedicated position. So after we received your board approval this fall, we continued engaging with our parents and monitoring the progress of the implementation of this program, and it's been very successful moving into the winter season of this year. So as an overview of what this program offers, first of all, you'll want to know that it is located at the Milam campus, and it provides therapeutic services for students between 7th and 12th grade. The students that are served there do have special education needs, and the program gives us access to many things around the county as far as services that are there on campus, but then also outside of campus, because you'll see here in a few minutes that there's a social worker on staff at Sierra School that helps connect families to community resources. The school has a capacity of 20 students, and currently we have 8 middle school students and 11 high school students that are either enrolled or pending enrollment into the program. So we're almost at capacity. Placements are determined by the ARD committee, so not one person can determine whether someone will move into this placement. It is a decision that's made alongside parents and the student as well. The school's staffing includes a program director, 2 special education teachers, 4 assistant teachers, which we would also call paraprofessionals, a social worker, and a climate manager, ensuring the service for both the academic and the emotional development of the student. So when thinking about the process for enrolling, as much as it is an ARD committee decision, we do have a process to follow to get to the point that we consider Sierra School or the therapeutic service for our students. The process for enrolling students at Sierra School follows that process, which includes completing a data review of the student to know not only what services have already been provided to the student, but what does the student bring to the table that needs to be addressed, potentially through a therapeutic service. We schedule observations so that the Sierra School staff can see the student at their home campus, and then we also schedule a tour for the parents so that they can come see the classrooms and meet the staff that may be working with their student. Students then follow a structured transition process there to Sierra School if the ARD committee determines that therapeutic services are the right services for the student. And the ultimate goal is to prepare the student to either return back to their home campus or potentially MC Harris to finish out their school career. So our current outcomes, this is the most exciting piece. I'm going to land here just for a second because I'm very excited about this. The outcomes of Sierra School Services have been truly remarkable for these 18 students. Academically, students are experiencing success in this supportive environment with credit recovery, and many of the students are now moving into their grade level cohort that they belong in because they were credit deficient, they were behind. But many of them have been able to move back into that cohort with the students that they began school with. That credit recovery gives these students such a sense of success and yearning to move forward and keep going. And it's exciting to see that joy in their face that maybe was lost for some time trying to find that success again. Staff members are gaining capacity and benefiting from experts from across the nation. As students roll into the program, if there's a significant need that is not able to be met by the current staff, then nationwide search through the Sierra School program to determine who can come in and be a part of that team to help support the student. Behaviorally, the impact has been significant. From 2023 to 24, the current students that are at Sierra School from year to date, we've been able to decrease the discipline referrals by 67%, and the days of suspension have dropped by 44%. Additionally, the students are demonstrating improved self-regulation, social skills, and engagement, and contributing more to that positive culture at the school. And finally, the program has allowed us to streamline some of our staffing, especially those that were vacant, that we now no longer need to fill those needs. And we've been able to reduce those positions from the 23-24 school year to the 24-25 school year. So in closing, the implementation of this program has been phenomenal, not just for the staff and the current campuses that we have, but also for these very individual students that we serve with that program who are now gaining success and have a bright future moving into either MC Harris or back to their home campus. And we look forward to seeing some more transformation with what we see with these students, because we've already seen such great changes in such a short amount of time.
May I ask a couple of questions? I have two questions, really quick. So capacity-wise, are we doing okay? Are we having to turn away students that might be really good candidates, or not yet?
No, we're not there. In fact, we are at a point where if someone were to bring up the potential need for a student, we have capacity, but we also don't have a strain on the campuses that are requiring us to have a meeting to discuss. So we're in a really good place with that.
Great. And do you have any kind of data, quantifiable data on, I mean, I know it's got to be for the students that no longer have these students that need more attention in there. Is there anything, I mean, obviously their learning has to have improved. You know, we've all been in a class with the class clown, and not that these are clowns, I'm just saying, I've been there and I know it's hard to understand. To learn when you have distractions, have you gotten much feedback from the classrooms that these children were moved out of?
I think it's the lack of need to respond.
Great.
So yes, I would say that I don't have that quantifiable
You don't hear from them.
data,
No news is
but,
good news.
the lack of response needed has significantly reduced for the special ed team to be deployed and serve.
Great. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. Will these students ever ARD and start the year there, or is it a protocol that they start every year? I mean, is that flexibility built in?
It absolutely is built in. We actually had some students that started their very first day of school at Sierra School, and then throughout the school year, we've ARDed many other students into the program. But the way that an ARD would work is that that ARD is continual for 36 instructional weeks, and then that would be one school year. So if you ARD in September, you ARD again the next September. We would continue that program and the services for the student. At that next annual ARD, you either update or accept the services that were embedded in that IEP, and the student likely will continue on if we're seeing the amount of success that we've seen so far.
And then, do these teachers get a particular stipend?
No, because they're contracted staff, so when they're actually not receiving a Bryan ISD paycheck, we contract out to Sierra School or SESI, which is the parent company, and they pay those employees to be there.
You told us that before.
Yes, and you'll see that they do have an ID, so that for the safety and security pieces, they'll have an ID, but it will very specifically say that they are a contracted service for our school.
I forgot. Thank you.
Sorry, new guy here. What's an ARD?
Oh, very good question. I do speak in acronyms a lot with my.
I tried to come up with it, and
A lot
I
of
couldn't.
people
I
do.
was like, oh.
So I actually said three acronyms just a second ago, so I'll go through all three. ARD is admission, review, and dismissal, and it's a committee that determines whether or not a student would be admitted into special education, or if they've already been admitted, a review, which I said earlier is every year, or dismissal, which means that they no longer qualify for those services. I also said IEP, and that is individual education plan. So when you qualify for special education, we'll put together a plan that's specific to that one student, and in special ed speak, we say IEP. And then I said SESI, which was the parent company, which is Specialized Education Services Incorporated.
Thank you.
So Jennifer, can a child move over if you see progress throughout that year? Can a child be moved back to their campus instead of waiting? Can you move the ARD up to where they can go back?
That is a very good question. Yes, anytime you see a need for change of service, you can always call an ARD. We actually have one student that is ready to transition and has already started transitioning about half of the day over to MC Harris. So when we see that she's been able to spend the entire day without hitting certain markers, then we'll be able to go to art and move her completely to that setting. Potentially, we have another student that might be ready to start that same process, but we may be looking at going back to the home campus because that's what might be right for this student. So you're absolutely right. We're not going to wait just because it's not the timing that we're looking for. We'll make that decision when the time is right for the student.
How excited are the parents? I mean, when looking at these improved statistics, they have to just be ecstatic that their children are assimilating so well in a program.
Yes, a lot of success. We're actually seeing some of what the students are learning at the school transfer over to home life with some of those concepts being shared, the calm down strategies and deregulation or de-escalation into regulation being used at home. So a lot of questions of they're doing this. What does that mean? I can tell they're trying to calm themselves down. So there's a lot of sharing of those resources, and that's what the social worker and the climate manager that are employed with this agency, that's their role, is to help make those connections to ensure that they have that, the ability to have the consistency between the two.
Thank you.
Okay, one more question. Are these students, is Milam its own, are they registered as a Milam campus student, or are they on the rolls of their home campus?
They're on the MC Harris enrollment.
Okay, okay.
So their attendance and grades are all linked to MC Harris. And that has a lot to do with organization and tracking.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
Thank you very much, and really appreciate that report because it was very positive. I think one of the things that anybody here listening to or watching the video, they need to remember when there's discussion about public schools, it's another reminder that we're taking all comers, and they're challenging kids sometimes, but what we are trying to help every kid. We don't pick and choose, and so that's something that we can be very proud of. And again, thank you to you and all the folks that you're working with.
I appreciate that, and thank you for trusting us with the dollars to put something into place to help them. So thank you. Thank you.
All right, our next information item is instructional materials update. And the presenters, Associate Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, Dr. Barbie Ibarra, and Assistant Director of Technology and Resources, Jana Wenzel.
Thank you, Mr. Stasny. I appreciate that. I've also asked Julie Johnson and Dr. Leslie Holdcamp to join us because this is the team approach. When we talk about instructional materials, it really does take the full team here, as well as all the curriculum coordinators and the campus administration and teachers. House Bill 1605 is from the last legislative session, and pieces of it have been implemented over the past year and a half. But this year marks the beginning of the next phase of House Bill 1605, which fundamentally changed how instructional materials are adopted in the state of Texas. So we're going to do a little recap of what we have for standards and curriculum materials, and then we're going to move into what that means today under the new process and the new parameters. It also includes some new funding that it's been different. It's different than what has previously been in place and how they've handled that funding source. So the State Board of Education is technically responsible for the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills. That is established in the statute under Chapter 28 that we have a required curriculum, and it says that the State Board of Education will adopt and declare what those Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills are. Now, they don't do that in isolation. They bring a group together of educators, parents, community, and they refine those standards until they're ultimately approved by the State Board of Education. So when that comes to a district like Bryan ISD, it's not what we think the curriculum should be. It is what the state of Texas says the curriculum shall be, and that is what we are to teach. You'll notice that in our board policy, we have a policy called AE Local. That means that we have a managed curriculum. Much like the state of Texas, they want to ensure there's consistency throughout the state and throughout our schools in what transpires in any particular grade or subject. Because we know sometimes students move locations. And when they come to a new area or a new community or even a new school across town, it's our responsibility to make sure that we're teaching on grade level content that is defined by the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, so that when that student walks in the room, they can pick up right where they were and not miss a step as they transition into that new classroom. It's also why it's very important that as a district, we keep that tight in terms of what's being taught and what that scope and sequence looks like across the district. So, for example, we talk about our curriculum alignment. It's the written, taught, and tested curriculum. And Dr. Harlan, I know I'm speaking to the choir. You have a lot of background in this. But essentially, those standards, those Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, are the purple part of that diagram there, and they come from the State Board of Education. What we teach must be in alignment with what's in those standards, and then how it's tested comes from the state as well as from the district, again, to the level of those standards, making sure all of those things are in tight alignment. As a district, the purple items that are on that diagram over there on the left, the scope and sequence, the 6 weeks at a glance, and the curriculum guides are all aligned to those standards. And they are consistent across our district so that when we have a student that relocates across town, they move into that new classroom and it's approximately the same unit and the same content that's being taught on the other side of town so that there's consistency for them. The teaching and the art of teaching comes in that blue section there, the lesson planning, and that's where they work with a team. We very much believe in collaborative planning. We have instructional coaches and Dr. Holtkamp and the rest of the team come around the classroom teachers and they work with them to develop those lesson plans so that we make a better plan together versus everyone doing a different rendition of it. Certainly there's differentiation that's built into that where it's specific to the needs of the child or the classroom, but by and large, how we teach and what we teach is done in tight collaboration together so that we are consistent and we can adjust and monitor together. And then of course those assessments are based on those standards. They are aligned to STAR 2.0 and they give us information on what the students have mastered and maybe where we need to go back and spiral through that standard again because we need to teach a different nuance to it. But all of that gets to what do we teach and what do we utilize to teach, which are instructional materials. So as a part of the planning process and all of those curriculum guides, the curriculum team links to those instructional materials and brings all of it together to help support the kids. So that was a little bit of a roundabout to get to our topic, but I think it gives a good frame for when we look at instructional materials, it's one aspect of how we address those standards on a day-to-day basis in the classroom, and that it's in tight alignment in both timing and scope and depth of that standard. So as we move into those adopted materials, I'm going to ask Jana Wenzel to come on up. She's going to go over how we used to adopt materials in the state of Texas and how we do that now and how that's shifted pretty significantly in the past year. Ms. Wenzel. There's some.
Thank you. So in this particular chart, I wanted to look at just exactly what changes from when before 1605 was enacted to now. And before, in the adoption process, the SBOE identified a proclamation cycle. So that cycle would be published and we would see what subjects are we going to be adopting from this year forward. And typically we would have an 8 to 10 year look at what was coming. A proclamation is just a call for new instructional materials for a specific subject. Now, in 1605, that proclamation cycle is no longer. It's been completely taken out, and it really is not going to be a term that we're going to use in the future. Prior to the current 1605 changes, the proclamation was paired in recent years, probably the past 6 or 7 years, with a review process called the Texas Resource Review Process. So we had the proclamation cycle that was identified, and then we did have a Texas Resource Review Process. Kind of moving into now that 1605 is enacted, we have what is called the Instructional Materials Review Process, in short, IMRA. And in the IMRA process, I think a significant piece of the IMRA process is it has increased and created robust review rubrics. We did have some rubrics in that Texas Resource Review Process, but now these rubrics are built in a way to identify high-quality instructional materials. So there's going to be much more robust pieces of that review process. Both review processes included educational stakeholders, teachers, instructional coaches that would come together under the SBOE's, the State Board of Education's purview, and they would use the rubrics that were developed to review the process. So that is similar in both, but high quality instructional materials identified are going to be identified in two pieces. The two main sections for those high quality instructional materials are the implementation quality pieces and the instructional quality pieces. And in the implementation quality, that's going to include lesson plans. So those materials are going to have to include specific lesson plans. They're also going to have to include progress monitoring, and not just progress monitoring of assessments, but guides for how teachers will utilize the data of those particular assessments and how they'll look at them, as well as differentiation supports for all learners. So to become a high quality instructional material, a publisher that puts up a resource is going to have to meet all of those criteria to be considered on the approved list. Let's talk a little bit about the approved list. We've had what we've called the commissioner's approved list in the past, and these are publishers would put instructional materials up, and during that identified proclamation, some of you may remember we came just recently, about a year ago, to present Proclamation 2024, which was our K-12 science adoption. And that will be the last adoption under the old proclamation rule. And that list of approved materials that we brought was static for 8 years. If the publisher didn't get a resource on that list, that was the only opportunity. But with Instructional Materials Review, IMRA, this new process, our publishers are going to have multiple opportunities to add to the approval process and list. So that'll provide some flexibility. In addition to the review process, these materials that publishers put forward are going to have to cover 100% of the TEKS. The next piece that is not going to change, that's going to be very similar to what we experience here locally, is before we would have a local review of the materials, we had stakeholders in-house. It'd be our instructional coaches, our content coordinators, and it would be our teachers as well would come together, create their own rubrics for review based on review material that was provided by TEA or the SBOE. And then they would do a local review and bring that recommendation to this board. And that is not going to change. There's still going to be that local review process and presentation of recommendations. Lastly, in the instructional materials funding, I think Dr. Ibarra has already really kind of alluded to that. There's going to be some changes, and just in brief, because we have a really awesome slide about that in just a minute. Just in brief, we've only had the Instructional Materials and Technology Allotment Fund, and that fund is now going to expand to include some entitlement funding that can be used on approved material that's published. And finally, I think I neglected to say, in addition to high quality instructional materials, publishers are going to have to create some parent transparency and have a parent portal in which parents can review and look at the materials that are on the approved list. So that's one more piece that publisher will have to go through to get an approved. On the next slide, it's just a quick history of proclamations in the last time we adopted materials for those subjects. And we have come to the board a couple of times about gap funding, but we just wanted to review just a little bit about, you can see in those kind of 2014 and 2015 year adoptions, they haven't come back, and that's 8+ years ago. And so that's created a situation where we've had to do some gap funding. We've had to find funds to continue to purchase the materials needed for those subjects. Typically, we did a 4- and 8-year adoption in that old proclamation cycle, and once those years were gone and a proclamation wasn't called again, then we were in the situation of needing to gap fund. We can look back in the 87th legislature, and we had a major cut in that instructional materials funding due to our ESSER influx of ESSER funds. And so we've seen a trend coming back to the instructional materials allotment, so that is good news. But we did see in those older proclamations a whole lot of irregularity, sorry, I'll spit that out. And so it created a situation where we haven't adopted some materials in quite some time. We've always gotten materials that teachers needed, but looking at K-8 mathematics is probably a good one to kind of look at in terms of how long it's been since we've adopted math, social studies. So this is probably, I'm going to let Dr. Ibarra talk a little bit more about this, but as you're looking at these cycles, this is a multi-year plan, and this is kind of current moving into the future. So our first cycle, 2024, we see math K-12 and ELAR K-5.
So as Mrs. Wenzel mentioned, each year the State Board of Education will accept new submissions from publishers that are now ready to have their product review because they believe they've met all of the new components of high-quality instructional materials. They've got the parent portal, they've got the lesson plans already embedded so that the teacher can spend their time, remember, internalizing the lesson plan versus developing the lesson plan. That was a big shift from the commissioner's task force on teacher retention. So what that means is in this first year, which just in November, the State Board of Education reviewed materials to EA, did the reports, brought them to the State Board of Education for consideration, and they adopted or they approved several different products in these areas, math K-12, although I don't think they quite got all the way through K-12 because they didn't have submissions from all the different areas, ELAR K-5, and they did not get to the Spanish version of language arts because they were not ready in all of those areas. Some publishers were ready, but many were not. So next year, around November, they will repeat that process, and more publishers can submit because they've had more time to ramp up, to be prepared to create a submission. It is an extensive review process with, as Mrs. Wenzel said, many deep rubrics on that you have to basically hit 100% on. So they are working on that, many of the publishers, but you'll have new publishers coming online every single year. So what do we do, right? When do you adopt? Well, clearly we need to do something for mathematics. We actually already did that. As the board, I think we even came in here for gap funding at one point for STEM scopes. They have a different name, Progress Learning. Accelerate Learning. Okay, Accelerate Learning, apologize. But that was what we switched to when there was no adoption since 2014 because our teachers needed a resource that was going to meet the standards and help them instruct. At this point, we are getting close to needing that one, but you'll see one of concern that Mrs. Wenzel mentioned is social studies K-12. The State Board of Education is not slated to review those materials until 2029. And as you remember from the last slide, they were adopted in 2015. So the last time we received an instructional resource for social studies was 2015, and the next time we expect to see something from the state would be 2029. Now, so in the gap, what do? Well, we develop, we look at publishers, and we bring together what's needed to support the students. So I don't want you to think we do not have those materials, because each year I come to you and request your approval that we have the materials we need that cover 100% of the standards, and we do have that. But it would be nice to have a state-approved material that we know has been vetted by the Texas Education Agency and that we can utilize in our classrooms. What this also means is we need to be strategic about when we do a review of materials. So we'll need to use data to tell us there's a need. That's one thing, right? But you also need to time it correctly. For example, if you had, say, everything on the list right now in cycle 2024, you might want to just wait a minute, because more and more publishers are going to have time to develop materials. So if you go out there too soon for something, you might have a missed opportunity if you adopt too soon, that the very next year there are 5 more options for your teachers and for your students that might be a better fit. With mathematics, we feel like there is some promise there. We're going to talk about that here as we move forward in just a few minutes. But that whole process kind of changes the dynamics of how we approach the adoption of instructional materials. So we will develop a local review cycle and process and timeline now that this is in place and moving forward, that we'll be bringing to the board for consideration. But it is nice that it gives us that flexibility to plan and budget. As Mrs. Wenzel mentioned, the irregularity of those proclamations was a big budget impact on the technology or instructional material and technology allotment, that it couldn't always cover the cost of the proclamation. And so that was partnered with local dollars to offset and to supplement. But it did help us, as we look forward to this, really have some local control on how we do that. So there are some good things here too, to how it's being done. Before we get into funding, are there any questions on what we've gone so far over? What we've gone so far? Yes, ma'am, Mrs. Waller.
There's a lot.
There's a lot.
This is a lot. But, so, okay, let me start here. State Board of Education approves it, and then we utilize it thinking it's only going to be a year, and then within that year we'll get expansions. Well, what if we don't like it? Are we only going to be dealing with year to year now with publishers?
We have the flexibility to do multi-year contracts still, depending on the funding source, but in particular with the IMTA, the Instructional Materials and Technology Allotment, it's you just need to decide what will our internal and local cycle be, how long will we commit to a product and a publisher, and we do have more flexibility versus the 8-year cycle now.
So it's like the staff and everybody, teachers, everybody, I mean, as soon as they get through bringing this year's to us, the board, they're already working on that. I mean, it's just like they're going to be working on this year round, year round, year round.
One good thing to note, though, is once a publisher is approved, until there's a revision to the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills by the State Board of Ed, or until they change their product, they're on the list, so to speak. And it continues. That was one of our concerns too. Like, do you have to re-up every year? They don't grade them all every year. Once you've made the list with your product on the current standards, then you get to stay on the list, so to speak, of approved publishers for that grade and subject.
And everything is digitized? I mean,
not necessarily.
Okay, so you get hard copies, and
in some instances, yes.
And then how do we upgrade? Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm just trying to think about.
We are also consuming this, yes.
Okay.
Each publisher does, they have consumables, they have digital resources, they kind of have a blend of the two things.
And
so
we can make full copies of anything we want to now? We don't have to?
Depends on the publisher, what the agreement is.
That should be a big part of it too.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, hold on. Okay, I think that's kind of the main things. It's just such a fast turnaround before you're already thinking about.
Well, and just to piggyback off that, if you look at the 2024 cycle and then and how it looks like it's building, they didn't even get done this year what they thought they were going to do.
They did not.
And as someone who has served on one of those review committees before, it's onerous. It's a lot. So this is a very aggressive timeline. I know it goes into 2031, but I'm just going to say this, based on what I know about TEA, this is not achievable.
We expect this to probably shift somewhat in the
that's-
coming year.
I just can't believe it's all so fast.
Well, and the other piece is, people look at this and say, oh, great, they're creating materials that people can use. These are not paid for, right?
Correct.
The district has to pay for the materials. So even if something better comes out later, we don't necessarily get to use those materials because we've already allocated dollars for that.
Correct.
To a different resource. So
Yes.
it'd be different if the state said, here's all the things, use what makes sense for you, and it's all paid for, and it's at your fingertips.
Which
That
is
not
what it
the
was
approach.
prior to, yes.
That's not the approach.
The good old days.
Yes. Okay, so let's talk funding now. Ms. Johnson. Super cool slide of awesomes.
A
Yeah.
great segue into funding. So first, I would just explain what we were used to. So we had the instructional materials allotment. It was established during the 82nd legislature in 2011. At that time, they decided to take a couple of funding areas and bring them together. So it included not only instructional materials, but they saw how impactful and how useful technology will be as we would be implementing that curriculum in with the technology. And so they kind of brought us all together. And what's the good about that is that you can purchase instructional materials, but you also have the flexibility to purchase the equipment. For example, the device the student needs to access that content, as well as software like we use ClassLink, which is our go.bryanisd.org site, which is that single sign-on, so students can have that single sign-on and access all the different curriculum they need to access with just one login. And so it helps you kind of streamline the use of what you're purchasing with those dollars. So let's talk about our buckets. Not a cup this time. We kind of mixed it up a little bit, but buckets. So the first bucket is our good old day bucket. It is our instructional materials allotment, and it is going to continue. So we will continue to get that allotment. It's about $2.8 million. It has been higher in the past, and it's been significantly lower more recently. But right now, that's what we're anticipating. And then we would get that every biennium. The legislature decides how much allocation we will receive every 2 years, and that's kind of what populates that bucket. And as I explained, it's that the way we were purchasing instructional materials as well as technology resources. However, what's changing is the new entitlement fundings. So what they're setting aside is $40 per student per year. And so what you can use that funds for are specific to the new IMRA process that Ms. Wenzel and Dr. Ibarra explained. So that more rigorous process where they're creating those lists, you can use that $40 a year to purchase those materials. It also accumulates, which is nice. So as Dr. Ibarra referred, that maybe we wouldn't want to go to a certain subject immediately. We might be able to save some of those funds, so when we're ready to look at that subject, we would still have something to utilize. And so that's that second bucket. But then there's also a third bucket. And the third bucket is setting aside $20 per student per year. And what you will use that for is the state-developed instructional materials. So these are the ones that are developed in-house. I know they're partnering also with some vendors to get these materials created. So materials that fall on that list, you will be able to use that $20. And one of the things they've kind of alluded to is it's almost like you're paying for the printing costs to get those materials to you in a printed format. And so those will be our future 3 buckets.
Why are the numbers, I'm so sorry.
No,
Julie.
go ahead.
Why are the numbers different? The 1.2 and we're getting 40?
Oh, if you multiply it out, because we started receiving actually that $40 for the 2023 school year.
Okay,
We just didn't have any materials yet to review. Yes, sorry. And the $20 bucket, that small bucket, that $20 will expire, so it's a use it or lose it
Okay,
kind of
gotcha.
situation.
Thank you.
Any other questions about our buckets?
Well, maybe you covered it, but what's EB over there on the first one?
Oh, emergent bilingual. Yes, bilingual, our bilingual students.
I was doing that for
Yeah,
David
David,
Stennis.
come on.
Yeah,
I'm doing that for David Stennis. Come on.
For Mr. Stennis. All right, anything else?
Okay. Okay, so in terms of what to look forward to in the spring of 2025, what should you expect in terms of all of these changes from the district? Dr. Holtkamp.
Yes. We do have a comprehensive a curriculum currently with resources, but we are excited to take a look at what the state has to offer. And we are going to put together a committee to review the K-8 mathematics materials. That means our teachers will be looking at rubrics and looking at the product, and we'll go through the total adoption process. So that will be taking place real quick here in January. We'll look at surveys and feedback. We'll also have the materials available for the community to review as well. And it will be a showcase that our teachers will all attend, everyone that will be, will have an opportunity to provide input into the process. They'll make a selection, and then I'll bring it back to you with a recommendation and ask for approval at that time.
One quick thing about that. The State Board of Education actually had several publishers that were prepared for the math adoption for K-8, and they did submit several products. So there are several quality publishers that are a part of that, that are on that State Board of Education approved list. But going back to the flexibility that we mentioned earlier, if Dr. Holtkamp pulls the committee together and they score the publishers on the rubric and they're not really pleased with any of them, it's not like a proclamation. We don't have to move forward. And so I think that's a difference kind of frame of mind. Before, when there was a proclamation, we had to select something because we needed to start with the ordering process. We do have materials in place, as Dr. Holtkamp mentioned. But again, we have that flexibility to determine, does it meet the expectation for our Bryan ISD teachers and students? And if it does, then we can move forward. And if it doesn't, we can pause until the next year when more publishers have their products reviewed by the State Board of Education. So again, we've got more flexibility to pivot in that moment to meet the needs of our kids. And then, of course, each year we will still come to you with Dr. Holtkamp and the team and request the board's consideration of the annual certification that we have materials that cover 100% of the state standards so that we can use that technology, our instructional technology materials allotment for any other orders for the coming school year to continue adoptions.
Real briefly, explain to me with public viewing
Yes.
and as parents are getting more and more involved in the curriculum and more interested, explain to me what, I mean, in the old days they came, they could see the books, they could see the chapters, they could review it. It was just all right there.
Yes.
They come in, they walk through the door, what is that going to look like?
So previously with proclamations, it has looked very similar to that. They walk through the door, we've got materials set up. Dr. Holtkamp has an area upstairs. Ms. Winslow, I'm unclear, are they going to have a parent portal for proclamation or for the reviews of materials now?
So they will, each publisher will provide their own link to their materials, and we will be able to post those materials on our website or any other place that we need to. And we can continue to ask the publishers that have physical hard copies to send us samples as well, so we can still set up that same area that you were talking about.
And because it's going to a portal instead of walking into the door with books on the table.
Wider access.
How do you plan to advertise it to our families so that they can understand this new way of reviewing what we're about to do?
Right.
It would probably be several ways. So newsletters, there'd be social media, there'd be parent links, there to the effective grade levels and content areas, right?
Look Alive, Dr. Hugo Ibarra. That sounds like your department.
The other Dr. Ibarra, I'm sure, would help me with that.
And of course, we would have everything in Spanish and English
Yes, ma'am. To the
That
extent the
would be part
publisher
of
has it
the-
available for that grade and content, yes, ma'am.
with the publisher.
So in a nutshell, that's Part B of 1605, House Bill 1605 and its implementation. Any questions?
Has there been any increase in the allotment? I know you talked a little bit about that.
You are the expert. You go right ahead.
So in our current biennium, we were awarded just over $171 per student, plus a little over $15 for each of our emergent bilingual students. And from that previous biennium, I would say it made great gains to restoring prior to ESSER funding. So.
But before, we were using that also for the digital media pieces, for Chromebooks and those kind of things. So, I mean, I know there's different pots for different things, so will we have less, more, about the same?
We will have, for each biennium, they're predicting we will have exactly the same.
As costs continue to go up?
Yes. Yes, we do not have any word that formula is going to change.
I mean, I know Chromebooks have gone up exponentially, as have textbooks.
Yes.
And Julie, would you speak to how those are funded? Which, the Chromebooks?
So we do utilize some title funds as well to help purchase and kind of offset, so we can save our allotment for more of the instructional side. So that's helped a great deal. And then we try to make sure we have enough funding set aside for the teacher devices as well out of that allotment. So we've tried to be very strategic on how we use it so that we make sure we're taking care of all the different areas. But you're exactly right. There's never enough.
Y'all have done an amazing job making sure that people have things that work
Jana.
when they need it. But I do know it's challenging because it's not a one and done ever.
No, no, absolutely not. Yeah. All right, any other questions?
Is that it?
You want
Yes.
more?
So easy to understand.
Just a quick little
Thank you.
update. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is Dr. Merrill still in the building? Oh, yeah, I think I see him over there.
That's a shock in it, David.
District operations update.
Well, I'm here to give a brief. That's not a comment. It sounded like a slam. No, I'm just giving a hard time to them. Y'all did a great job. Brief overview. Since stepping into the deputy superintendent role, y'all have been hearing from various people, so we thought it would be best if maybe I came and just presented a broad overview and then gave some specifics as we come into the new year. And so we'll go kind of broad, and then as we get into January, February, March, we'll get a little bit more specific as we make our way through the various items. So with that being said, we'll get started. I oversee 5 departments and a couple other things, but the 2 that we're going to talk about today are the 2 that are circled, our maintenance and transportation, food service, custodial, and construction. But today we'll be focusing on maintenance and transportation. All right, our first one is the condition of our facilities. That's an ongoing work with not only our district personnel, but also various professional entities that come in and look at not only the age, but the condition. They look at the lifespan of the various things, and that is very much a joint effort of not only taking input from outside the districts that are experts, but then our own internal experts that are on the ground day to day, that know the inner workings of the campus and know the lifespan of those devices and roofs and of the various parts of that make up a building. And so they not only look at the repairs, and they would communicate that, and we'll talk a little bit more about what that process looks like, but then also just a replacement cycle. So it's definitely an ongoing conversation with external entities as well as our own internal folks that look at our various facility condition index. So our capacity and utilization is another factor as we start looking at our facilities, that we look at not only our facility capacity, like how many kids can obviously get in there, and they don't all come in even numbers, right? They don't come in sort of just block units. And each department, as well as various departments within the school, may have different functional capacity, meaning special education room may have fewer numbers of students in a space that's a little larger, or vice versa. And so when you're looking at it, you're not only looking at the total number of students, but then also just you'll actually walk it and make sure that you're not exceeding the capacity of the building for just what you're functionally utilizing. So we talk to the staff as well. So we look at the historical demographic information. We do that from time to time. We'll do that really every couple of years, and then we get updates as we go in between those full-blown demographic studies. And we're constantly in communication, not only with the city, but also our developers, to make sure that we're not missing anything. And we do that so just in case we get a building that's too full, either maybe the full capacity or the functional capacity, or we look at it and maybe we can adjust the attendance boundaries. So there's various things you can do to make sure that you're utilizing the current buildings that you have just to its fullest capacity, and that we're not having one that's too big or one that's too small, or that we're putting stress in any given way. And so even a couple years ago when we opened Sadberry, that was a time when we looked at our attendance boundaries and we made adjustments, because we're not evenly growing all over the city, right? We might be growing on the outskirts, but maybe in the inside of the city part, we're aging out. A couple of schools that was happening, and so we made minor adjustments to our attendance boundaries to make sure that we're utilizing our buildings to the best of their capabilities. I've already kind of mentioned this, but again, it's an ongoing conversation, not only with external experts, but also our internal folks. And that's not only from maintenance and operations, just all the guys that are maybe taking care of our buildings, but it's also from the various entities that are using them. So we've got our academic components, our special education, bilingual dual language, CTE, fine arts, athletics, and our clubs. And so again, everyone puts on their various hats to make sure that our buildings are being utilized in the way that they were originally built. And if they're not, then we make adjustments. And so it is an ongoing conversation as you take into consideration the buildings, their use, and not only that, but just their current state. And so as you're thinking about whatever the building may be, it's not only what's on paper and what we're being presented from an outside entity, but it's also those that are using the space, because they have really valuable insight that would give you a full picture of what your current facilities look like. This is a timeline of events that you'll see that, like I said, it's ongoing. In a district like Bryan ISD has really stayed on top of it, and you'll notice that there's kind of an ongoing just really a research gathering state for various things. So in 2013, we did a facility condition assessment. We updated it again in 2018, again in 2019, 2023, 24, and 25. And you're saying exactly what took place in those years. And so various levels of involvement from not only our internal people, but our external people. And so this is sort of a timeline of what those utilization overview assessments look like. And I won't read it to you, but you'll see it's kind of encapsulating what I've already presented on, where we're going out and we're talking to the users, right? So we've got what we know on paper. So this was built in 2022, or this was built in 2007. This is maybe the repairs, and we're seeking all of the input from the users, again, from the people on the ground, and then those that have possibly built it or maintained it, and we're getting a full picture of what's going on so that we've got a good idea of how we're utilizing our buildings and what they're functioning like. So I'll give you a second just to read that. So again, it's an ongoing conversation, questionnaires, feedback, quantitative, qualitative, where you're truly getting in, you're walking the buildings, looking at the spaces, taking everything into consideration. In some cases, you might even talk to students. You would talk to teachers. You would talk to principals, assistant principals. You would talk to CTE directors, athletic directors. You would talk to all of the folks that are, again, utilizing the space, repairing the space, maintaining the space, and just making sure that it's functioning the way it was originally designed to, or if it needs to be repaired, obviously built out. Any of those things is what we kind of look at. Transportation. Now this is that's Marilyn. If you don't know Marilyn, we're blessed by having Marilyn. She's an incredible young lady. She keeps us in line. And those that know her know for sure she will definitely do that. She's a blessing to this district. She's got a great smile too. But this is our fleet, and we're incredibly proud of it. And at the same time, it is an ongoing conversation. Again, it is a constant work. And so when you look at it, we're currently under a route efficiency review. We've contracted out, and we have someone from Transpar coming in to look at our route efficiency, and they're working with our directors as well as our routers to make sure that we're utilizing the fleet that we have, and we're doing this as effectively as possible. And that is ongoing. That's something that we recently started over Thanksgiving break. We met them to make sure that we were as efficient as we possibly could. Our fleet inventories 127 vehicles. We just got 3 in. There's 3 new 77-passenger buses just delivered. We've also got 3 mini buses that will be coming on to our fleet and being used after Christmas. So we're very, very excited about those. And we've been purchasing those all along. If you've been on the board for any length of time, you know that those purchases have been coming each and every year for the last few years, obviously approved by the bond referendums.
How many buses do we have, like actual student?
How many student buses? Pat, do you know? It's a great question. I'll find that out for you.
All right, thanks.
Apologize for putting Pat on the spot. I will find out, and I should know the answer to that. I want to say about 100, but I'll double check that. Our current staffing is an ongoing process, and we have really a flexible model. We not only have folks driving just trips, folks driving, that might be they're going to a off-campus event, they're going to a field trip, and then we have our routes, which may be in the morning and the afternoon. And we work with our bus drivers to fit any schedule and any type of need they have, to the point that we even have some drivers that come in the morning, and then they work on a campus in the middle of the day, and then they go back and drive in the afternoon. And we found some incredible support that way. SFA, a couple of campuses have really, our bus drivers have been tremendous supports, not only when they're driving, but also on the campuses. And again, it's just a benefit, right? We're not duplicating any benefits or any of those types of things. We're just filling in the hours that they wouldn't be working. And so we're very flexible, and we're broadening the scope of our staff out there. And so if you know anybody that's looking to drive either in the morning, the afternoon, or during the middle of the day, we can put them to work for sure. So we're very thankful for Pat and for Lori working with that. And that is an ongoing initiative that we're doing. And so it is monthly that we're hosting job fairs. We're constantly looking for operations staff, and more specifically our transportation department staff. So what's to come? I mentioned that we'd be coming back at the start of 2025, and all of that work is going to lead us to strategic planning. That's not something that's necessarily new to Bryan ISD. It's something that Ms. Carabine challenges us to do on a regular basis. We did it a few years ago as we opened Sadberry, and it's time just to do it again. To be honest, we look at our buildings, we look at all the things that go into that, and we make sure that we're utilizing that. We're putting our students and our teachers in the best possible shape, and then we take all of those various grounds and buildings and see if there's something that needs to be done. And so if we deem that it's needed, committees would be formed, and y'all would possibly go on that. And then we would obviously build it out to be community members as well, teachers, and in some cases students, that we look at what those facilities might need or those types of things. Any questions?
So you don't really deal with the day-to-day. I know in some of our different departments, we've had some hiccups with people changing, and I know I've heard a lot of complaints from transportation. Is that something, is that something that's too micro, do you depend on others to do that?
I depend on other folks, but I can tell you that I've been out there quite a bit, just because I enjoy being out there, and there's some of our most wonderful employees. So, and Halliburton's a beautiful building. So Pat has recently come on board as our interim executive director of operations. He's been out there since Thanksgiving and really taken a much more hands-on approach. And so again, I mentioned the facility, the route efficiency that we're doing. And so both Pat as well as Transpar have been really active out of transportation.
Thank you.
Bryan, I know before I took my vacation.
We're glad you're back from your vacation too, by the way.
I went to a few meetings, and the one concern I have is our demographer tells us one number.
Yes, ma'am.
I went to a council, I've heard them reach another number.
Right.
Now the county has a different number. I don't know where they're getting
Where
all
the
these
numbers are.
different numbers.
Well, we presented a few months ago, and I think that's where some of the confusion lies, is the city is growing at a much faster rate than districts. When you look really across the state of Texas and you look at some of the information that's coming out, birth rates are really low just across the state and really across the U.S., to be honest. So people just aren't having as many children as they did in previous years. And then also there's school choice. And so when they may be moving into Bryan ISD, you've got quite a few opportunities or options that you can choose from. And so as our demographers have shown us, we're fairly stable, we're fairly flat. Even though the city may be growing at a higher rate, what we see is we're pretty steady.
I'd like to add, to your point, though, it's time to hire the demographer to do an updated report looking at projected enrollment. We do have to consider the unprecedented number of residential housing permits and the potential for business and industry moving into Bryan, Texas. So with that, hopefully comes families. And the unknown with vouchers and school choice is certainly a variable that we have to consider. But we will work with Kevin Besaw and his department to hire the demographer as we look at the conditions of our facility, knowing current and projected enrollment is critically important. Good,
And
very
I'm
good point.
hopeful that, I mean, I think we've come a long way, and I'm very proud of where we are as a district. And I think as word gets out, I know we have the specter of vouchers and all, but I do think the demographer looks at the way things have been. And I'm hoping, I'm very hopeful that we will be able to prove show how wonderful we are. And I do think that we're going to grow faster than is anticipated. So I do agree that a demographer need to come back in and.
Thank you.
We can make that
Yes, I
happen.
agree. It's a great place to be.
Absolutely.
We welcome one and all to our district. Thank you.
Anybody else?
We just, I'll add on, because we need to think way in advance about land purchasing when we're talking about growth in those high growth areas, one of which is the one I represent, so.
Yes, ma'am.
I would say from my experience, it's really tough to have a really accurate crystal ball, especially when we really don't know for sure what's going to happen with regard to, I guess, the biggest deal that may be coming our way. Will it really happen or not? And then, of course, the voucher thing is, again, it's an unknown right now as to what the impact's going to be. So that doesn't mean we don't try to get information, but it's going to be tough to get anything just really solid. We just have to be as flexible as we can be and as prepared as we can be.
Well, and going back to the demographer, I keep stressing it wrong. I do think, Joel and I talked a little bit, Joel, sorry, he's pointing at the wrong newbie. Joel and I have talked a little bit about kind of looking longer term outside. I think a lot of times we spend, we're worried about today, trying to get today done, but I do think it's important as a district to be able to know where we want to be at a certain point in time. And if we don't know what our growth is going to be, I mean, obviously it's never a given. It's never going to be 100% accurate. But I would like to see us as a board focus more on where we want to be, what we need to do to get there. Because if you don't know where you want to be, then the 10 years that it takes to get there, you don't want to arrive and just say, well, let's see where we are in 10 years. So I do think that more strategic planning on behalf of the board is probably necessary at the rate we're growing, at the rate the city's growing. And I think it would be great for all of us.
Yes, sir, we agree. And what I'm hearing Dr. Merrill say is that we will launch this sooner than later. And I believe all of you, working with Mr. Stasny, will have an opportunity to serve in different capacities on the committee. So buckle up for many meetings to come, but with some really great work ahead. Thank you.
And just one other question, comment. The recent demographers report, how close was it to reaching projected?
It was really close.
Exactly.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it was close.
The one little term that I haven't heard lately, but certainly something that we used a couple of times is we want to be a destination district.
Absolutely.
And that's certainly, I think, a worthwhile goal. That, gee, where do I want to move? Bryan is a good place because they got great schools there. So. All right. Well, thank you very much, Dr.
Absolutely.
Merrill.
Thank y'all.
All right, we've reached a point in our agenda for citizen comments. Citizens may make comments about topics relevant to district business. Topics should be limited to 3 minutes. Comments concerning specific students or personnel will be heard in closed session. I have one request. It is from Mark Garrett. Sorry you had to wait a while. We appreciate you. I guess you're still here, sticking around. Thank you. And this is about athletics. So come on up. You've got 3 minutes.
Well, my name's Mark Garrett. You're all going to get an email. Follow these comments because it's pretty hard to squeeze it in 3 minutes. So I just want to expand further on the comments that I'm about to share. I'm not here to criticize athletics. I'm here to ask for your support for the athletic department. As a parent of a student athlete, from the outside looking in, it does not appear that athletics is at the top of the priority list. I understand as a board, you have a ton of departments, a ton of employees that you have to deal with, and moving those back and forth and dealing with priorities is a challenge, no doubt, right? But as a parent with a student athlete, that's a very big part of our family's life. I just would love to see a little more priority in the athletic department. I would love a little more support for the new athletic administrative staff. I've met those guys. I've got a lot of hope that they're turning the ship around. It doesn't happen overnight, I understand that, right? I've met a lot of y'all. I'm actually the president of the Viking Club. And so I just wanted to kind of point out a couple of things that maybe you know, maybe you don't know. The Viking Club, 2 years ago when I took over the Viking Club, the president came to me and said, we're going to close the door. We don't have any members. We don't have any support. Luckily, we have a good group in there now, and that's kind of turning around. But I think if we can gather support from the top down, which is this room, then it becomes a priority for people to get involved in those kind of clubs. I guess the follow-up to that is my personal experience with athletics. I have a freshman student athlete. He went to SFA, 7th, 8th, and 9th grade. I'm not sure, maybe you know, maybe you don't know, but at this point in his athletic career, the class of 2028, boys, football and basketball, you want to guess what their record is? 0-for. They have not won a single game since 7th grade. One exhibition game in basketball, which I don't count, right? That's not acceptable to me. I hope that's not acceptable to y'all, right? How do you turn that around? It's a long process. I don't know that it'll benefit my kid's class, but I would like to see the class of 29 or the class of 30 be made a priority. You know, I kind of consider my son's class the forgotten class because there's been no change in what goes on.
Let me get
with
you to
his
wrap.
group.
I'm gonna give you a few more seconds to wrap
I
up.
appreciate it. That went like that.
Thank you.
I'll close it up, and like I said, I'll follow it up in emails. But it's not. I'm not. The room cleared out really quick, but I'm not a lone ranger. I talked to a lot of families out there, and if you had any idea how many families are considering leaving this district, Brian Merrill just talked about kids coming in, families coming in to the district, which is what we all want. You have no idea how many families are constantly looking outside of the district to relocate their families based strictly on that. And so I would love to see a priority.
Thank you. Appreciate your comment. Okay, items for discussion or action on the consent agenda. The board can remove any item from the consent agenda. There aren't many on today's, but we do have a couple. And so if anyone would like to remove an item, please say so. Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Stasny, I move approval of all the items listed on the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Gonzalez and seconded by Ms. Benford. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Unanimous. Next, we have items for discussion or action, the regular agenda. Number one, consider approval of donation from Mr. George McMahon of Infrastructure Equipment Group to support the career and technical education programs at Bryan ISD. This should be a really controversial topic.
I have a good feeling about this one, Mr. Stasny.
This is one of the easier ones I get to present. We've already heard the spotlight for the McMahon family and their business coming back into town, and they have some great ideas, and they really support the area and Bryan ISD. So I have the actual check here to put in the bank, but that requires board approval. Any gift or donation, $50,000 or greater, does require board approval. And they do ask that be designated for the CTE program. I had the opportunity to talk to Mr. McMahon the other day, and he is very energetic about this and really feels strongly about that, has some great ideas that he and Mr. Reynolds are probably already discussing how they can help support and expand that program. So I think this will be a very good partnership possibly for Bryan ISD.
Mr. Stasny, may I make a motion?
You may.
I move approval of the donation in the amount of $50,000 from Mr. George McMahon of Infrastructure Equipment Group for the purpose of supporting the career and technical education CTE programs of Bryan ISD.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Gonzalez, seconded by Ms. Walter. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? I don't hear anybody opposing. That's good. Okay, thank you again to Mr. George McMahon. I don't know if they're still here or not, but
Can you deposit that tonight, Kevin?
Yeah.
Got the digital one?
Teaching and learning, consider approval of the academic calendar for the 25-26 school year. Ms. Donna Willett, and I think I got some help there.
That would be for the next one if this goes well. Good evening. I'm back to talk about the academic calendar. We've been working on this project for a couple of months now, and so I'll kind of run through the whole process quickly. We put together a calendar committee, and that calendar committee works to build options to take to vote to our community. Within those options, there's lots of parameters that we have to stick to. We have those operational minutes that the state says we have to have. We have specific number of teacher work days. And then obviously we look at how does the testing calendar fall? What does the actual school calendar or the actual calendar look like? What day does Labor Day? All of that kind of stuff is we look at as we go through this process. We've been here several times, and as you can see from the beginning of October through last Thursday, we had multiple meetings involving multiple different entities getting their input on the academic calendar. The calendar options, we finally pulled them together and we went to vote starting on November the 21st, and then that survey was open up through December the 10th. The calendar options that we had, option one is very similar to the calendar that we are on this year. It's structured very closely to the same number of professional development days, start of the school year, that full week for students and staff if they do their TE days during the summer, that they get that professional development. Looks very similar to what we have now. The second option is similar in that the start of the year, the professional development, and the end of the year, the timing is very similar along with Thanksgiving and Christmas, but it does not have a specific fall break in it, but it did have the options, again, if teachers did professional development throughout the summer, that they had the option for up to 3 4-day weekends throughout, which meant students also had 2 days off spread out through the year. Here's where we kind of ended up. I've started that grayscale is where were we last year? Often when I come here, you ask, well, how many people voted the previous year? So I included that information. We were down, I think it was technically 13%. We had a little over 4,000 people vote for this year's academic calendar, and for the one for next year, we had almost 3,500. As you can see, parents and staff make up 75% of the vote, with parents being 37% and staff being 38%. Option one, overwhelmingly in every category, is where a majority of the folks voted, and overall 86% voted for option one. I've been doing this a long time, I'm old, and I've not seen a gap like we have for this particular calendar.
Last year it was like 2 points. I mean, it was like neck and neck, wasn't it?
Yeah, over the last several years, we've had several that were very close. When the survey closed on Tuesday, on Thursday, we pulled together members of that calendar committee along with DEIC. Mr. Stennis, DEIC is a district level committee. It has to be comprised of about 75%, I'm making that number up, but I'm close, of campus staff, but not administrators. Majority of it is teachers. I have a couple counselors, along with a limited number of district staff, and we are required to have parents and community members as part of that calendar, of that committee also. And so we presented what these results were from the survey to the calendar committee and to DEIC, and they voted and recommended that we bring this option 1 calendar for you guys today to vote on. Questions?
I just have a comment. Having gone through the process of being a part of the calendar committee and not being familiar with it in recent years, and maybe there's assumptions that these calendars are just kind of thrust upon our families, and the reality is that having gone through that committee, I realized that the amount of variables and options that are considered are extensive and in some cases seeming impossible to produce a calendar with certain scenarios included. To have parents involved, teachers, principals, circulating the calendars for feedback amongst the district to figure out what works well and what doesn't. And then to go through the process of all of that, even to take it to the parents and let them vote, I felt like it was very thorough. And just the amount of feedback that was given and all taken into consideration seriously was impressive. So I feel good about the calendar that we were able to produce, and to see the votes unanimously is encouraging. So I felt like it was a successful process, and kudos to you.
Thank you.
And I know it takes a lot of time from being on the calendar committee, but I'm still a little concerned because I know we had a little problem still this year with places for some kids to go.
And we will do our best to interact. I've been sitting there working on an email to send out tomorrow to share, you know, if this goes through, the results with Alphabest, with Legends, with Boys and Girls Club. The earlier, and I said early and often, as much as we can get this information out to them to help. Even the university, you know, puts on activities to get that information out there, and then use our social media to help this process of sharing with families what options are out there.
So I'm hoping with Legends open, we won't have a big problem like we did. I know one entity said we'll be able to help, and then I went over there several days and hardly no kids, but they said they were on lockdown from taking kids. So, I have a problem with that.
Yes, ma'am.
Either you're going to serve us or you're not. And if you're not, then you need to let us know so we can make some type of accommodation for those parents that might not be able to afford it, have transportation, or, whatever they need to do. So I'm hoping we'll have better success.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
This year.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that it's a great process, that some of the families that I would say probably are in greatest need of those kind of things are not the ones most likely to participate in the process. And that doesn't mean we should say, well, too bad you didn't participate, so we don't care what you think. We just have to try to be sensitive to that. Again, I'm not criticizing the process. I don't see how we could do it any better. But that doesn't relieve us of, I would say, an obligation to do what we can to encourage these places, wherever they may be, Boys and Girls Club, Legends, to offer services. And it may be more than just having, letting them know what our schedule is, but trying to see what they're going to do and what it would take to get them to do more. So I hope we'll do that as a service to those kids and families that may not really have much of an option.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going along with what you said. I think that's a very legitimate concern.
Anything else?
Any other questions, comments? Entertain a motion.
Joe used to do the motion, he did the work. Well, part of it. Not all of it.
My screen's dark. I move approval of the academic calendar for the 25-26 school year as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Bryan, seconded by Ms. Benford. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? It's unanimous. And we have a calendar.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for all y'all's hard work.
Yeah.
Including the board members who are on the committee. Okay, next item is the approval of the Bryan Collegiate High School academic calendar for the 25-26 year. Dr. Caperton.
Yes, Desiree Caperton, the new principal at Bryan Collegiate. Go Panthers, and thank you all for the new appointment. So I'm just here to talk about 3 of the dates from the calendar that you just approved: September 29th, November 3rd, and February 16th. Those are all Mondays, and Bryan Collegiate has their classes with Blinn on those Mondays. So I would like you to approve for us to have off the Friday before. So it'd be September 26th, October 31st, and February 13th. And we're still protecting our instructional minutes by doing this.
Mr. Stasny, I move approval of the Bryan Collegiate High School academic calendar for the 2025-2026 school year as presented.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Gonzalez, seconded by Ms. Benford. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. You made that very easy for my first run at this.
I figure y'all are having too much fun here with us, so.
And let's see, we've got now, consider approval of board policy updates. Presenter is Dr. Barbara Ybarra.
Thank you, Mr. Stasny. I've also asked Mr. Besaw and Ms. Johnson to join me for a couple of the policies that we'll be going over this evening. So this fall, when we came to the board, we've done a few updates about board policy, and we mentioned that we were participating in a comprehensive policy review. It happens every 5 to 7 years, and it's in partnership with the Texas Association of School Boards. So there are a number of policies, local policies, that we are going through as a team and we'll be bringing to board committees. So this is your first batch of those policies, and it's a small number, but it's some of the ones that we think are probably the easiest to address. But to remind you, there was a 40-member team of district staff that came together to review all of the policies. And then as we go through them, we're taking the recommendations from our consultant at TASB based on the feedback that we gave her on how we do business. As we go through them, remember they're organized by section. So section B is local governance, the first policy up there for consideration. And we'll go through all of them and then vote at the end, I suppose. But board policy BBB local pertains to the years for elections of trustee members. And as you might expect, as you move through years, you need to add the next sequence of years. And so this just extends out what those election years are for each position using the same cycle. So 2024 is over, so we struck through 2024, and we added on 2033 and 32 and so on for each of the prospective positions of each of the member districts and the at-large positions. As we keep going there, board policy section C pertains to business and support services, and we have a few policies here. Most of them are clerical in nature in terms of the change. For example, the Director of Child Nutrition Services is now the Director of School Nutrition Services, so just clarifying the language in the policy. There's a big shift with board policy. I'm sorry, not a big shift, but a big adjustment for all of us that we didn't realize was in board policy. If you look at CPC local, we were very fond of adding the word superintendent or designee, meaning the superintendent had the authority to designate some other staff member to deal with any particular issue in policy. But what we found out through this process is that board policy BGA local already gives Mrs. Carabine that provision to determine or designee. So you'll see several policies where we've removed that unnecessary wording because that provision already exists wherever it's statutorily permissible for Mrs. Carabine to designate a staff member to carry on those duties as she sees fit. CQ, we did have Ms. Johnson come up for this one. Would you like to go over it, Ms. Johnson?
So what would be changing with this particular CQ policy is the addition of the artificial intelligence. It's actually on page 2 of the attached CQ document. And basically, we're just adding some language to make sure we're including it. That's saying that yes, we will permit staff and students to utilize AI within certain, parameters. And then that if, when using the content, to make sure you're citing and using the content legally, and that they will follow the discipline process that we already have in place if we need to address any issues related to the use of AI. And that's pretty much it. Any questions regarding AI in CQ? Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Johnson. Board Policy D, Personnel. In this situation, we just, again, removed the redundant language. This one's a little different. Previously, when TASB gave advice on how to handle the District of Innovation provisions, they said to put a top kind of statement on the local policy regarding the link to your District of Innovation plan, and they do still agree to that. But they've moved it over to the legal side of the policy, since you're actually doing the District of Innovation provision under the legal side, not the local side. And so they just relocated that language. So the strike-throughs on the local policy regarding the innovation plan are still technically present, but on the legal side of the policy. They've already moved all of them over, so this just cleans up the local side of the policy. So no substantive changes there. Under instruction, same thing, you're going to see the redundant language for DOI for Board Policy EB. Same thing with Board Policy EEB, that policy, that local version is no longer needed, because again, the DOI version is over on the legal side. And then EHBAF is in regards to special education classrooms, video surveillance, and it just clarifies the positions that have access to that video and audio footage. When the board policy was originally adopted, that legislation and statute was new, and there's been some clarifying language over the course of the past several years that make it a little easier to understand what the statute meant by personnel. So it's just a little cleaner than what it was previously. That brings us to Board Policy Section F, Students. Again, updating position titles under FFA. And then the last one there, FFAC, I'll ask Mr. Besaw to come up and just, again, it brings us in line with practice, but if you wouldn't mind explaining that portion of policy.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. So just recently, the Board of Nursing came out with guidance for school nurses, saying that they should have a signed order for administering any medication, prescription or over-the-counter, which would be a change, the over-the-counter part, to meet the standards of the Nursing Practice Act. And they also stated failure to do so may result in disciplinary action from the Board of Nursing. So we went and looked at this, consulted legal, and checked on these guidances. And basically, it is legal's recommendation that we not try to force the nurses to do that, because it could cost them their license, and they would have certain rights that they would be able to come back on the district with. So the option would be to change the policy so that it requires a doctor's recommendation and prescription for both a prescription medication and an over-the-counter medication. That would then suffice to be for them to have their classification to be able to do that and not risk their license.
How are we going to get this out to parents?
I think that
so that the nurse isn't the bad guy when all this starts up at the beginning of or during the school year.
Yeah, we can do this, and I know College Station jumped out and did this right away in the fall, and we kind of paused on it to see. There were many things across the state. Different districts were doing different things. TASB was weighing in on it. We wanted to check with legal on that, but they have already devised, worked with Region 6, College Station, and have the forms and things that can be used by the doctor's offices to do that, and we'll put out something to the parents and the other groups that We've done it. They've actually been doing this in practice since the start of the school year, and I believe, our nurse supervisor, Karen Byers, said she's had one parent that's asked a question about it, but we need to communicate it out to them. So probably at the start of the next semester, we'll get something out to be sure that everybody's clear and we're on the same page with that.
Kevin, do you mind explaining, we had an internal procedure before any of this came about that I think has eased this transition, if you will, where our nurses were already requiring a doctor's note after,
After 10 days,
After
yes.
10 days.
They were doing the over-the-counter for up to 10 days, and then after that, they were requiring a note. So they already had something in place that at a certain point, they were requiring that anyway.
So we kind of have to do this. I talked to Ginger. I had one of the local pediatricians, our pediatrician, call and tell me that they're doing sometimes 600 of these a day. So the doctors are spending hours and hours. But there's really not a way for us to get around that without putting our nurses at risk. Is that the bottom line?
Yeah, technically, that's what I talked to Joey Moore at Walsh about it, and she said you could try to force it, but they have certain rights that they can come back, because of their board of nursing governs their license, so that could affect their license, and they could be fined or even lose their license for it. So that would not be in our best interest. We have some liability issues in that as well.
And who's providing the over-the-counter medication? I know that, the prescription medication the family provides, but if the kid needs, I don't know, Tylenol, Sudafed, whatever it is that's over the counter, the parent provides it.
Correct.
And it must accompany with a doctor's note?
Yes, ma'am. That would be the difference, yes. Both prescriptions from the doctor and an over-the-counter, any kind of medication, an itch salve or Tylenol, as you mentioned, any of those kind of things that would be required for a doctor's note.
And so is there disciplinary action if a student has their own medicine with them?
I mean, that's another issue. I mean, that would be something we'd have to get with, school leadership, the principals, and talk about that to try to see what
Well,
that
should be,
We
So every
address
school
that through the student code of conduct. We do not encourage parents to send prescription or over-the-counter medication with their kids to school. It's best that we channel it all through our nurse's office.
right.
The only other loophole, if you will, which we do not agree with, is for non-medical personnel to administer medication. So we wouldn't want a teacher or a secretary or anyone to give medication to children. That's a
But this is,
risk.
what this is gonna do is get more parents to channel it just straight through the kid to give their own self their aspirin after lunch or whatever it is. And we need to be prepared for how we're gonna handle that in advance, so we're not all doing something different on each campus. I mean, I don't think, I'm not for, clamping down and being hard and harsh on the student or the parents, but we need some guidelines.
Yeah,
What are the ramifications? If they get caught with Tylenol? What happens right now if they get caught with Tylenol?
While Barbara comes up, this is what's in our favor. Most districts jumped out there and implemented this revised policy at the start of this school year. We took a wait-and-see approach. What we didn't know is that our school nurses and our lead nurse basically implemented it at the beginning of the year without us really knowing. And it all worked out because we've had very little pushback. Our parents, for the most part, have settled into it, and we've had really little to no complaints about it. Because most parents, once we explain, they understand and respect what we're asking, and they don't want non-medical personnel giving them Tylenol or prescription medication or anything. So it's been working out. I think Karen Byers and all of her nursing team had good foresight. They saw it coming. All the other districts had already implemented it, so we ran with it. But as far as kids bringing medication in their pocket or their backpacks, et cetera, I'll turn it back to Barbara.
And certainly school leadership can weigh in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think each situation, reasonableness, like if we got a kid with 1,000 pills, we're going to question.
Or kindergarten.
Yeah, or kindergartner, we're going to identify the pills, right? So that's going to be the first thing we do. I mean, we're not issuing consequences, and again, I know this is taped, we're not telling kids just to bring hordes of medicine either, right? So, I mean, it's working with the kid, talking to them, talking to the parents, finding out what's.
It's not like a vape where you're in trouble
No,
if you have it, period.
I don't remember there ever being a consequence issued to a kid for
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, and you know, Ruthie, from working in the schools, it will happen that mom
Yeah.
says, take this Tylenol at 2:00 because you got your braces on and they're going to hurt. Well, when we catch things like that, we just use common sense and say, oh, let us
Yeah.
take this down to the nurse's office. She can give it to you at 2:00 and everything will be good. The only difference now is that we're asking for a medical doctor
Yeah.
to provide a note to protect the well-being of the child.
Well, like I said, and that's what I mean, it's, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't one of those things where it was just a drop,
Yeah, get them.
drop dead thing, you know?
Yeah.
But I do understand, it's
We
such a
will-
complicated
Yeah.
scenario. Thank you.
Okay, I think that was the last policy in this batch. Any other questions?
Anything else? Questions?
I did read over these, and I picked all these out myself before you brought these up.
Well,
so
thank you.
you so much for reiterating.
Appreciate that. I got 56 more.
Oops, I better shut up.
I move approval of the board policy updates as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Bryan, seconded by Ms. Benford. Any further discussion? If none, do I hear, let's see. Yes, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, the board will now convene, yes, thank you very much. The board will now convene in closed session to discuss following items as allowed by Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, 074, 551, 0821, 551, 071, and 551, 087. I won't read the items. There are 4 items there involving items, again, that we are allowed to discuss in closed session, but not vote. If there is any vote, we will do so after the board reconvenes in the open meeting. The time is now 8:10. Board reconvened in open session at 10:05. No action was taken in closed session. We'll now consider approval recommendation for Principal of Jane Long Intermediate School. Do I hear a motion?
I move approval of the recommendation for the principal of Jane Long Intermediate School as presented.
Second.
Motion's been made by Dr. Harlan and seconded by Mr. Bryan. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Say the name.
Yes, Michael
Gibson.
Gibson.
There we
Yay.
go. All right, that's probably good.
Yeah, Michael Gibson coming from Davila Middle School to be principal at
Congratulations,
Jane Long Intermediate School.
Coach Gibson.
All right, well, it was unanimous, with no further action. We are adjourned.